The House will come to order. Members will be at their seats. The clerk has opened the roll and you may record your presence. Please rise and give your attention to our guest chaplain, Reverend Richard Sonnemeyer, Family Life Church of the Nazarene, Topeka, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Representative Thompson.
Let us pray. Father, as we near the end of this legislative session, we acknowledge our deep need for your wisdom and understanding. You have created us with minds that enable us to reason, to think, to contemplate, to process facts, to entertain other points of view, to debate differing perspectives, to come to compromise, to seek agreement where none seems possible, to stand our ground when the issues require us to do so, and so much more. Today we recognize that all you have equipped us with requires so much more than mere humans can accomplish on their own, as we seek to fulfill this high calling to represent the interests of the citizens of the great state of Kansas. While the viewpoints and values of so many are so vast and varied, we call on you for divine wisdom, wisdom that will enable us to only establish your truth, true justice, and righteousness, since these are the only things with eternal value and importance. You said in your word that if we lack wisdom, to ask you for it. In James chapter 1, verse 5, it says, if you are in need of wisdom, ask our generous God, and he will give it to you. He will not rebuke you for asking. We therefore ask you, God, to cause us to see the deeper truths in each matter before us, to reveal the depths of justice that need to be established, to produce the desire, the passion, the quest for righteousness above all, so that the innocent, the vulnerable, and the outcast are protected, and so that all human life is valued and defended at all times. It is in the name of Jesus the Christ that I pray these things. Amen, amen, amen.
I to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Has every member had the opportunity to record their presence? The clerk will close the roll and record the attendance. Introductions of bills and concurrent resolutions, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2743 by the Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning firearms. Enacting the Covert Firearms Act, establishing criminal penalties for the possession, manufacture, distribution, transportation, shipping, or receiving of certain firearms or components.
Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of Senate Bills 390, 529, and substitute for Senate Bill 563. Senate Bill number 390 by Senator Hildebrand, an act concerning elections relating to handling of ballots by election workers, requiring the Secretary of State and county election officers to develop an affidavit to be signed by such workers listing certain information. Senate Bill number 529 by the Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning non-drivers identification cards, providing the electronic renewal thereof. Substitute for Senate Bill number 563 by the Committee on Redistricting, an act concerning reapportionment relating to state senatorial districts, providing for the reapportionment thereof.
Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Hawkins for motion to accede.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate did not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 348. I move the House accede to the request of the Senate and that a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. As conferees as part of the House, the Speaker appoints Representative Landwehr, Epley, and Ruiz. Majority Leader Hawkins for motion to accede.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate did not concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 366. I move the House accede to the request of the Senate and that a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. As conferees as part of the House, the Speaker appoints Representative Owens, Eric Smith, and Heiberger. Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for motion to accede.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate did not concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 408. I move the House accede to the request of the Senate and that a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. As conferees as part of the House, the Speaker appoints Representatives Landwehr, Long, and Clayton. Introductions of original motions and House resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Resolution Number 6026 by Representatives Wheeler, Amix, and others. A resolution honoring and recognizing the life and career of Representative J. Russell Jennings.
On H.R. 6026, the Speaker recognizes Representative Wheeler for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues, I'm honored to rise here today to offer a resolution in recognition of our deceased colleague, Representative J. Russell Jennings, known to us as Russ Jennings. Joining me this morning is Russ's wife, Judy, his son, Joseph, his son, Jim Jennings, his daughter, Julie Jennings, his other daughter, Jody Worth, Jody's husband, Leighton, and their sons, Wyatt Worth and Carter Worth. Also joining us this morning are three very dear friends to Russ: Senator John Dahl, Representative Bill Clifford, who is the successor to Russ's District 122 seat, and former Representative Melissa Rooker. I want to thank Melissa for supplying the flag that flew over the Capitol in honor of Representative Jennings, and I want to thank her husband for building the most beautiful shadow box that will be presented to Mrs. Jennings this morning. Russ had a long and distinguished career, serving in many varied positions. Russ grew up and graduated high school in Buffalo, New York. After graduation, he moved to Tulsa, Oklahoma, to attend aircraft mechanics school. After graduating from the Tulsa school, he took a job in Johnson City, Kansas, as an aircraft mechanic and pilot. In Johnson City, he also volunteered with the Johnson City Police Department and the Fire Department. He then attended the Kansas Law Enforcement Training Academy in Hutchinson and was hired by the Kearney County Sheriff as a Kearney County Deputy Sheriff, a position in which he served for 3 years. He was then appointed Undersheriff of Kearney County and served in that position for 4 years. Needless to say, Russ had a very distinguished career in law enforcement and was highly respected by his community he served. Russ was so highly respected within his community, he ended his law enforcement career by being nominated and appointed as Kearney County District Magistrate Judge and served as such for 13 years. Again, Russ distinguished himself as a judge, not only within the 25th Judicial District, but also across the state. Russ was frequently assigned by the Supreme Court into various metropolitan district courts to assist them in cleaning up their dockets and handling their overload cases. Russ earned his reputation of being very fair, efficient, and a knowledgeable judge. Placing his judicial career behind him, Russ shifted gears and entered a field that would hold his passion to the end: juvenile justice. Russ was hired by the Board of Finney County Commissioners to become the new director of the Southwest Kansas Regional Juvenile Detention Center, a facility which had not yet been built. Russ was dutiful in overseeing the construction of the very complex building, essentially a large jail for juveniles. It was his baby. Speaking of babies, I want to recognize one. One weekend, I went to visit with Russ at the detention center, which was under construction. It was on a Saturday afternoon. We visited in the front yard, which was essentially a dirt and mud at that time. Judy and Jody were with him, playing in the yard. When I went to leave, I reached in my pocket of my jeans and, how can I say this discreetly, something wiggled in my pocket. I can tell you that it both shocked me and scared me. Then I turned to hear Julie laughing. She had slipped a frog into my pocket. Like father, like daughter. After serving as director of the Southwest Kansas Juvenile Detention Center for 13 years and expanding his interest in juvenile justice, Russ was called to Topeka to serve as Commissioner of Juvenile Justice by Governor Kathleen Sebelius, and he appointed him to her cabinet. She appointed him to her cabinet. He served 4 years under 2 governors. As commissioner, Russ oversaw all the juvenile justice systems, as well as all the state juvenile correction facilities. Having served in many positions involving juveniles in trouble, Russ developed a passion for improvement of the juvenile justice system, and he gained a lot of inside experience in his jobs over the years, which put him in a position to render improvement to the juvenile justice system. In 2012, he ran for and won the office of State Representative for District 122. He was in his 5th term when he passed away on October 27th, 2021. He had become well known for his work in corrections and juvenile justice, and he had been the chair of the Corrections and Juvenile Justice Committee for 5 sessions before he passed. While he served as a state representative, Russell was retained as a contract consultant for performance-based standards of Braintree, Massachusetts. When not in session, he traveled throughout the country to meet with his assigned juvenile detention centers to assure that they were implementing and correctly using performance-based standards in the operation of their detention centers. Not long before he died, several of his detention centers won national awards. He hoped that his health would last long enough for him to attend the award ceremony. I'm not sure of that answer. He made it. That was so important to him. I could go on to name all of the committees, the boards, the associations upon which he served over the years, but that would take another half an hour to read. I do want to mention that he served on the Lake Council, City Council from 1997 to 2005. Over his adult life, Representative Russ Jennings was a very busy man, deeply invested in public service. In every job he held, he either was enforcing the law, overseeing children involved with the law, or making laws. However, I can tell you one thing about he was most passionate: the love of his family. As a close personal friend, I can tell you that his wife, Judy, was the light of his life. She put happiness in his heart and a smile on his face. He loved each and every one of his children to the stars and back, even the one who put a frog in my pocket. Also, regarding his children, I cannot say to you with adequate words how proud of each of you he was. He's so proud of you, each of you, for what you have become. Joe, a successful investment executive for Core One Bank, and with whom he lived when he was in Topeka. Jim, a successful cattle producer and an agricultural entrepreneur. Julie, a successful nurse practitioner for cardiothoracic surgery and vascular surgery. And Jody, a successful dentist, as is her husband, Leighton. And there are those two grandsons. Wyatt and Carter Worth. Young fellas, your grandfather loved you with all his heart. He could not stop bragging about you, and he never missed an opportunity to come to Hayes to see you, to have you visit in Lakin, or have you come to visit he and Judy at their house on Lake Canopolis. My colleagues, I can tell you for certain that Representative Jennings respected you without regard to which side of the aisle upon which you sit, or your personal political persuasions. He may not have agreed with you, but he respected you and showed you respect. To the few on this floor who never met him, he would have respected you too. His respect for you grew out of the respect for this institution. Representative respected this institution. He truly was a man for all ages. I hope you will remember him that way. At this time, I would like to present to Judy the shadow box. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I move House Resolution 6026 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, further, may I ask that my words be spread across the journal?
Without objection, so ordered. Speaker recognizes Representative Croft on a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I'm proud to recognize future leaders, business leaders, and an organization that serves students and creates leaders in the Kansas City area. The Greater Kansas City Hispanic Collaborative is a nonprofit that is focused on education and leadership. The cooperative provides comprehensive assistance for the growth and professional advancement of Hispanics in the Greater Kansas City area. And oh, by the way, I just challenged them to do that across the entire state of Kansas. So we'll keep them to that. One of the many programs that the cooperative puts on is the Kansas City Biz Fest. This is a 4-day business boot camp and scholarship competition. During the 4 days, high school students, juniors and seniors, learn how to prepare a business plan, how to develop their presentation skills, and channel their passion to then present their idea and compete for a scholarship. This program brings students from all over Kansas City metro area and partners with business leaders, universities, and community colleges to provide an invaluable opportunity for these students. It was my pleasure to attend this year, and I'm sure a lot of us are going to attend next year because they are looking and signing up people today for judges, so just be careful if they approach you. It was my pleasure to attend, like I said, to attend and listen to these students and finalize their business plans as they got ready to present to the judges. I was really impressed with their passion behind their ideas. Out of the 130 students that competed, there were 6 finalists were chosen to receive cash scholarships to the college or program of their choice. The students here today have a booth set up downstairs. As we have a break, we'll be able to run downstairs. You'll be able to see their ideas. And so take an opportunity to see what earned them a scholarship. Want to just go through the names, and then we'll recognize them all at the end or honor them at the end. So in first place is Danny Talavera from Mill Valley High School. Second place was David Moronis from Olathe West High School, who's not here. Victoria Mejia from Guadalupe Centers High School. Judith Diaz from Wyandotte High School. Fabiola Sanchez from Olathe North High School. And Omar Gonzalez from Shawnee Mission Northwest, who's not here. I'd also like to recognize the 2 co-chairs to my right of the KC Business Fest who worked tirelessly to ensure this program was possible this year. Elva Medina from Olathe Northwest High School and Dr. Melissa Jimenez from the Johnson County Community College. Also here in the balcony is the Director of Small Business Development for the Hispanic Chamber, Aladaguri, and the Executive Director of the Chamber, Carlos Gomez. It was my honor to see this program, which is now in its 18th year. As I said, they are looking for judges, so if you're interested, let them know. Please join me in honoring these outstanding future business leaders and the Hispanic Cooperative. Good job. Thank you all for your attention and for listening, Mr. Speaker. I ask my remarks be spread across the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Speaker recognizes Representative Mosier on a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Winning a state title in high school sports is a remarkable accomplishment. Imagine one school celebrating 5 state titles in 12 months. The Hanover High School girls walked into the 2021 volleyball season with the goal of being state champions for the 2nd year in a row. Yes, you heard that right. They were state champions in 2020. On the road to winning the 2021 state tournament, the girls won the title of Twin Valley League volleyball champions for the first time in school history. Hard work and determination set these girls on a winning path, and they made it happen, claiming the 2021 Class 1A Division II state volleyball title. For these girls, the season was full of success and so much fun. With me on the floor today are head coach Melissa Hawley. You guys want to raise your hand when and senior Avery Behrens, Cora Kufal, Madison Bruna, and Allison Juneman. Having received permission to recognize other team members in the gallery, I would please ask that you stand when I call your name. Assistant Coach Becky Bruna, team members Anna Juneman, Tessa Losi, Leanna Guggenhahn, Emma Cruzy, Cadence Shoddy, Rihanna Renson, Taban Stahlbaumer, Angelina Anaya, Keegan Atkins, Macy Hawley, Kiana Uloa, Carly Ruprecht, Caitlin Klipp, and Aaliyah Sin. I have certificates for coaches and each team member with all the names on each certificate. So when you look back on these in the years ahead, you'll have the names of everyone who shared this great accomplishment with you. The Hanover High boys track team from 2021 was a very determined bunch of young men. These athletes were also on the championship football and basketball teams throughout the 2020-21 school year. After winning the basketball championship, Coach Losey said, "It really wasn't that difficult to get these boys to set a goal of winning a state title in track as well." This group became only the second high school in Kansas to ever win football, basketball, and track championships in the same school year. Hanover boys track finished second at their 2021 regional track meet and won the state track meet without winning a single event. This previous statement epitomizes teamwork when considering that track is usually regarded as an individual sport. In the spring of 2021, I made a trip to Hanover High School to recognize the football and basketball teams for their state championship accomplishments. On a quick side note, the Hanover boys basketball team made it to the championship game on March 12, 2022 in Great Bend, playing Greeley County. Their attempt to repeat as state champions for 2022 was out of their reach by only 1 point at the final buzzer. With me on the floor today are head coach Kim Losey and track team members Colin Juneman, Braylon Stahlbaumer, Jacob Juneman, Emmett Juneman, and Philip Debley. Other team members in the gallery, please stand when I call your names. Athletes Keegan Dimmler and Josh Sarabanicki. Team member Jacob Klipp is on the football team at Fort Hays. He has spring drills that he couldn't miss, so he's not with us today. Again, I have certificates for Coach Losey and each team member. Hanover High School claims a long-standing tradition of athletic excellence. Please join me in welcoming these hardworking student athletes to the House Chamber and extending congratulations to them and their coaches. Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I ask that my words be spread across the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Adam Smith, the Chair of the Committee of the Whole.
We'll try that again. Good Monday morning, everyone. We've got a few simple bills to consider today, so let's get started. The first item of business is Senate Bill 313. For the purposes of carrying Senate Bill 313, the chair recognizes Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise before the body to present Senate Bill 313, an act designating a portion of the U.S. Highway 69 in Bourbon and Lynn County as the Senator Tom R. Van Sickle Memorial Highway, designating a bridge on K-126 in Pittsburgh as the Dennis Crane Memorial Bridge, and designating a portion of U.S. Highway 69 in Lynn County as the Aviation Machinist Mate Second Class Walter Scott Brown Memorial Highway. Senator Tom R. Van Sickle was a native of the Fort Scott and Barnesville area. He served one term in the House and 3 terms in the state Senate, representing the Fort Scott district. He also served 2 years as state treasurer, leaving government in 1975. Senator Van Sickle was instrumental in the development and maintenance of Highway 69 as part of the Kansas freeway system. He always saw US 69 as a vital conduit connecting his community, the community that he served, to the larger urban centers to the north. It's a fitting tribute that a portion of this freeway be memorialized in his name. Mr. Dennis Crane was president of American Concrete Company. He was dedicated to his community, participating in a number of civic organizations in Pittsburgh. This new 4th Street Bridge is just south of the American Concrete plant that he ran that employed so many of Mr. Crane's neighbors over the years. Aviation Machinist Mate Second Class Walter Scott Brown was from Pleasanton, Kansas in Lynn County. He enlisted in the United States Navy on January 9, 1940, and was assigned to Patrol Squadron 12, Kaneohe Naval Air Station. He was killed on December 7, 1941, when the Japanese Navy attacked Pearl Harbor. He was recognized posthumously for his valor on that day. His enemy planes bombed and strafed seaplane bases during the Pearl Harbor attacks. Brown completely disregarded the danger to his own life as he attempted to repel the attack. In his honor, the Navy destroyer escort ship Walter S. Brown, DE-258, was christened on 10 January 1943. For the remainder of the war in Europe, the USS Walter S. Brown continued to escort convoys on round trips from the East Coast of the United States to North African ports. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will stand for questions.
Speak to the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Helgerson.
In committee, there was no opposition to the bill.
Does any other member request to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Proctor, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the body rises to report, it reports Senate Bill 313 favorably for passage.
Body, you've heard the motion by Representative Proctor to report Senate Bill 313 favorably. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Next item of business is Senate Bill 448. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 448, the chair recognizes Representative Toplicker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the adoption of the committee report.
Representative, I don't show any committee amendments, so you may continue.
Okay. This is a Senate Bill 448 is a bill that was requested by the Kansas Insurance Department, and it would basically update the Kansas law to the Uniform Insurance Agents Licensing Act, and it would make a couple of changes that would allow producers, which are agents under the law, it used to be agents, now they're called producers under the law, would allow them to offer or give non-cash gifts, items or services including meals, charitable donations on behalf of a customer in connection with or to commercial or institutional customers in connection with the marketing and sale, purchase, or retention of contracts of insurance, as long as the cost is determined reasonable. Of course, all this is subject to rules and regs of the election commissioner and regulated by our election office. Insurance commissioner and our insurance office. Like I said, it would update and modernize rebating statutes to clarify what is a permissible rebate or value-added product or service while still providing consumer protection. At the end, there were no opponents, and it passed the Senate with one vote against. Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for questions.
Speak to the bill, Representative Neighbors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job in giving you the information contained in the bill. I will say that representatives of the Kansas Insurance Department and State Farm insurance companies provided proponent testimony. The Kansas Insurance Department representative stated the bill would update and modernize rebating statutes to clarify what is a permissible rebate or a value-added product or service. The fiscal note, there is no fiscal note per the Department of Budget and Judicial Administration. And with that, I would urge your support of Senate Bill 448. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does any other member desire to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Topliker, you may close.
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises to report, it report Senate Bill 448 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Topliker to report Senate Bill 448 favorably. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Next item of business is Senate Bill 300. For the purposes of carrying Senate Bill 300, the chair recognizes Representative Patton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, body. Senate Bill 300 amends the Kansas Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organization Act, better known as the Kansas RICO Act. In 2013, the Kansas Legislature created the Kansas RICO Act, which was similar to the federal statute used to punish organized crime. RICO is reserved for criminal enterprises engaged in a pattern of criminal activity that often has a greater impact on the community than does any individual crime taken by itself. Thus, these criminal enterprises are subject to greater penalties under our RICO Act. Senate Bill 300 adds a person who is engaged in identity theft or identity fraud to the definition of covered person, and adds identity theft and identity fraud to the definition of a racketeering activity. As we all know, identity theft is a growing criminal activity across the country and here in Kansas, where according to the FTC, we ranked as the highest state in the United States for identity thefts per capita in 2020. There are organized groups and individuals that engage in identity theft. These techniques vary from real-world to online tactics, but they all have the same result: the stealing of a person's identity that is then used or sold, causing great harm to the victims. Given many of these crimes are conducted by criminal organizations, it makes sense to add these crimes to the scope of our RICO Act. We heard from the proponents, which included law enforcement and our prosecutors, that by including these crimes in the RICO Act, we can better address the crime that is costing Kansans millions of dollars each and every year. It gives them another tool to go after these criminal organizations and hopefully deter identity theft and fraud here in Kansas. Mr. Chair, I would stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the chairman's excellent explanation of this bill. I personally don't think it's really necessary because these types of RICO prosecutions for international crimes and interstate crimes are prosecuted by the federal government. However, if the passage of this bill, by the way, there weren't any RICO prosecutions in Kansas. I mean, there's only been a very small handful. But if it makes people better or feel better to pass this law bringing identity theft within the provisions of the Kansas Rico statute, I'm not going to stand in the way. So I intend to vote yes on SB 300, but if the bill should be lost, I won't lose any sleep. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does any member wish to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Patton, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House substitute for Senate Bill 300 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Patton to report Senate Bill 300 favorably. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Next item of business is Senate Bill 261. For the purposes of carrying 261, the chair recognizes Representative Newland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee minutes. I move the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. The committee report is adopted. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This comes out of the House Ag Committee. It's concerning the meat analog labeling. What SB 261 would state that a food would be deemed misbranded if it is a meat analog and its labeling utilizes an identifiable meat term. The labeling does not have a disclaimer in the same font, style, and size in close proximity to the identifiable meat term, stating one of the following: this product does not contain meat, meatless, meat-free, vegan, vegetarian, or vegetable. The bill focuses on definitions of various terms within the plant-based food products that resemble or imitate meat products and the subsequent requirements for packaging. Some states have attempted to regulate this advertising issue by prohibiting the use of terms, and this has been found to be unconstitutional. In this bill instead, the intent is to provide a selection of terms that must appear on the packaging and the manner in which it must be displayed to ensure the consumer public is advised and as the protein source of the product, and to ensure it is made clear to the consumer the product contains no meat or meat product. This bill was sent back after voted out of committee. Then it was sent back to committee in negotiations that was contained. And so we added the word plant-based in committee and then sent it back out. The bill removes the contents of the asbestos remediation legislation from the Senate that mirrored HB 2203, passed by our body during the 21 session and made into law July 1st of 2021. With that, Mr. Chair, I'd stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, Chair recognizes Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, did a great job of giving you some details on the bill. This has been around for a couple of years, and we just had to negotiate a lot to get it passed. Consumers rely on the names and product packaging when they purchase food, and what we're trying to do with this bill is to clarify that there is no meat in a product that is meatless. And so the labeling will hopefully do that. There is a severability clause in case it's deemed unconstitutional at some point. And the proponents, well, the opponents have now told me they are okay with the bill. Thank you. I recommend support.
Chair recognizes Representative Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like you, I represent 20-some thousand people, but I also represent about 1 million head of cattle. And if you don't believe me, come out and take a whiff sometime. I've talked to our producers over the weekend. I represent over 24 producers. They're fully supportive of this, and and I will be voting yes, and I ask you to vote yes with me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Mosier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am a fourth-generation farmer and rancher, my great-grandparents having come to the United States from what is now the Czech Republic and settling in Nemaha County in 1877. My husband and I own, manage, and have 40 years of sweat equity in our cow-calf operation. Our son is a partner, the fifth generation, and his farming operation provides all the feedstuffs we need to feed our livestock, except for the minerals and the dried distiller grains. The sixth generation is well on its way to continuing the family tradition in agriculture. It is said that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Although they can try to imitate the meat industry's protein-packed and delicious industry products, fake meat will never pass the taste test. With agriculture being the lifeblood of the Kansas economy, I feel very adamantly that the transparent truth needs to be told about those products that try to emulate ours. This bill is good for agriculture and good for Kansas consumers. I will be supporting House Substitute for Senate Bill 261 and ask you to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Carlin for the second time.
Body, I apologize. I just reviewed the opponents. They are not all okay with the bill. There is still opposition to the bill, and I misspoke. I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Riley, are you wishing to speak to the bill? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Newland, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. SB 261 is needed to protect consumers from deceptive labels. Meat labels require pre-approval from USDA, but no similar requirements exist for non-meat products. With that, Mr. Chair, when the committee rises and reports, I move that SB 261 be approved favorably.
You've heard the motion by Representative Newland to report Senate Bill 261 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. Body, our next item of business is Senate Bill 417. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 417, the chair recognizes Representative Schreiber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 417 primarily deals with waste disposal areas in our state that contain coal combustion residuals. Think of those materials as those that are left over after coal is burned in our electric generating stations here in the state. There are 16 of them in across the state, primarily with the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Public Utilities, Evergy, and also the Holcomb Station, which is operated and owned by Sunflower Electric Corporation. The bill increases the fees for these particular disposal areas, and only for these disposal areas that have this coal combustion residuals. These are increases in annual fees. Right now, there's $1,000 as the minimum and $4,000 as the maximum for each facility. For these facilities that handle CCRs, it would go to $12,000 as the minimum to $16,000 annually for a maximum. The reason for the increases is that about 6 or 7 years ago in Tennessee and in North Carolina, there were a couple of these waste disposal areas that had their dams break and caused quite a bit of environmental damage. So the EPA went back to their regulations for these facilities and created some new regulations. So these will be implemented soon. And what the bill allows for KDHE to apply to be the permitting authority for the facilities here in the state. Without that authority, then EPA would have that authority to come in and regulate these facilities. So that's the gist of the bill, and I will stand for questions.
Speak to the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Keither.
Wow. Oh, boy, quit laughing. I rise in support of this bill. I think it's really important that we have the KDHE have oversight of these landfills. It encourages closer work and cooperation with local companies, so I rise in support of Senate Bill 417 and ask that you do too. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Schreiber, you may close.
Mr. Chairman, I close, and when the committee rises and reports, I ask that they report Senate Bill 417 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Schreiber to report Senate Bill 417 favorably. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Next item of business is House Bill 2644. And for the purpose of carrying House Bill 2644, the chair recognizes Representative Garber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 2644 will recognize the sandhill plum or the Chickasaw plum as the official state fruit. Every one of you should have had on your desk this morning the process that this went through. I will admit that before Joby Wertenberger, a Sabetha Elementary School teacher, called me, I had no idea there was such a thing as a sandhill plum. So I've learned a lot. I learned that you can make jelly and pies and even wine from the sandhill plum. So it's a very short bill, but I'm sure we're going to have a lot of debate. So I will stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the representative said, it's a pretty simple bill, but it might be complicated. We had somebody who wanted to throw out the polka dance to make that the state dance in committee. That didn't fly very well. They wanted to keep the bill clean. I thought the hearing was very unique, and the chairman allowed bantering back and forth between the conferees online. The school children asked the legislators questions, and when in turn the legislators asked the school children questions. I thought that was a very nice way to conduct the hearing, and they were very passionate about this. Well, they made jelly and sent recipes into it. I think there's some jelly down in the gift shop made from this plum. So I stand in support of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
To speak next, chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really do commend students who come to the legislature and advocate for the passage of legislation. I have a particular fondness for sandhill plums. They grow in an area of Reno County which has just been subjected to some terrible fires, but I love the jelly and I love the jam. But I'm going to vote no for a different reason, and that is, when I was a kid, we had to memorize the state flower, the state animal, the state bird, and we had to be able to spell them all. A few years ago, we had the state state fossil, I think it was, and it was something I couldn't pronounce and something I couldn't spell. So I have concluded that as much as I want to commend everyone involved in advocating for this legislation, I'm probably not going to be voting for bills that increase the number of things kids in elementary school have to be able to know and spell. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the carrier of the bill answer a question or two, please? Yes, sir, I will. Okay. Now, in the handout that you provided for us, yes, it shows 4 different things that the students voted on here. And of the 4, I see that the second choice, the red mulberry, received a considerable number of votes. And considering where I'm from, I personally would prefer that over the Sandhill plum, but I'm not going to launch any strong opposition to your bill, though. Well, thank you. And thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to my representative from Sedgwick County, Plum, P-L-U-M. If you have any trouble with the Sandhill, you can come over and I'll have you write it 100 times. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Garber, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I cannot speak for the other schools. There were 24 schools that actually voted. I can speak for the school in my district, Sabetha Elementary School. These kids were really engaged in this. They've learned a lot about how the legislative process works. There were 10 students from 3 different schools that had to speak via WebEx because it's the day we heard this bill was the day we had the snowstorm. They were kind of disappointed, but they enjoyed what they did. And they did very well. I was very impressed, as I think the whole committee was. So I would hope, or I would ask that when the committee rises in report, they would report House Bill 2644 favorably for passage.
Body, you've heard the motion by Representative Garber to report 2644 favorably. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Our next item of business is House Bill 2447, and for the purpose of carrying 2447, the chair recognizes Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments, and I move the adoption of the committee report.
Body, you've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and the committee report is adopted.
Body, I come to you with sub for House Bill 2447. This bill amends the Code of Criminal Procedure that allows at a preliminary examination the defendant and the state to present testimony through 2-way electronic audio-video communication devices. So the preliminary examination is a preliminary hearing. There's no plea entered. It's just the first thing that happens. This bill was introduced at the request of the Kansas County and District Attorneys Association, and they expressed that the bill would make the preliminary hearings more efficient. The opponents were the ACLU of Kansas and the Kansas Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. Proponents were the County and District Attorneys Association, Pottawatomie County Attorney, Kansas Coalition Against Sexual and Domestic Violence. And at that, Mr. Chairman, I will stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The representative has done a fine job of explaining to you what this bill does. I want to make sure we understand what it does not do. The original bill, as proposed primarily by the prosecutors, would have abolished the present 14-day rule for conducting a preliminary hearing and made it, quote unquote, a reasonable time thereafter. I should tell you that that 14-day rule is typically waived or extended. The bill, as it came out with the amendments, no longer amends the statute to a reasonable time, retains the 14-day deadline, but that deadline is routinely amended. Of more importance, however, this bill, as originally introduced, would have admitted hearsay testimony at a preliminary hearing. This has been advocated for by some, but not all prosecutors in several prior sessions. The committee, I think, collectively decided that we believe that the need for cross-examination at a preliminary hearing is a real one, and hearsay statements, in other words, out-of-court declarations by a person not subject to testify under oath, deny that right to effective cross-examination. It's a really big deal if and when that happens. And so the compromise that we reached was to allow live audio-visual testimony only in preliminary hearings. There was a bill a couple years ago, offered by a task force from the courts chaired by Chief Judge Arnold Berger that recommended that we do this in civil cases. In other words, live audio-visual testimony in courtrooms in civil cases. It was opposed very strongly by the now chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and it didn't make it through. So we're able to implement this at least at preliminary hearings. The concerns are, number one, the ABA standards for justice, as well as the Sixth Amendment, support the right of confrontation at every stage of a criminal proceeding. However, preliminary hearings, I'm backing up, preliminary hearings are not one of those stages, so I should not have said every. The second thing that is worthy of note is we don't know whether or not this testimony delivered by audio-visual at a preliminary hearing might later be used at the trial of the case as the testimony of a witness who's unavailable at trial. So, I'm sorry to give you that long explanation. I believe the Judiciary Committee reached a good compromise on this legislation. Not all prosecutors are satisfied, and not all criminal defense lawyers are happy. And maybe that's the nature of the legislative process. So I intend to vote yes on HB 2447, and I urge you to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Humphreys, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the history from the previous representative and explaining that it was a wide bill and we simplified it, and this is what we came up with. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2447 favorably for passage.
Body, you've heard the motion by Representative Humphreys to report House Bill 2447 favorably. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Our next item of business is Senate Bill 200, and for the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 200, the chair recognizes Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and the committee report is adopted.
Thank you. Senate Bill 200 is one of those bills that you like to see. It's a compromise it increases the pharmacist's scope of practice to include point-of-care testing and subsequent initial treatment of those conditions that have been identified, common conditions. And it is a true compromise between the Kansas Medical Society, the Board of Healing Arts, State Board of Pharmacy, and the Kansas Pharmacists Association. The pharmacist must have a collaborative agreement set up with a physician that will allow them to test and give initial treatment for these common conditions: influenza, streptococcal pharyngitis, which strep, and urinary tract infection. They follow a statewide protocol adopted by a collaborative drug therapy committee, and they must report the results of the test to the patient's personal or primary care provider. If the individuals don't have a care provider, they will most likely be reported to the physician that has the agreement with the doctor. The main thing of this, much like when other vaccinations were put into pharmacies, it increases access to care, particularly in rural areas where there may not be as quick of access to be able to get to a clinic, and there probably are not urgent care clinics. 85% of Kansas have easy access to pharmacies and can usually be tested within 38 minutes. And when their results come back, they can get an initial dose of the identified medications put up forth in the statewide protocol. If something else is needed, that's when the referral will go to the physician. 17 other states have this. Our 4 surrounding states are included in that 17. 7 proponents, 2 opponents, 1 neutral, no fiscal note. And again, it's a belt and suspenders type bill because they have the drug therapy committee putting together the rules and what must be followed by the pharmacist, and then also the collaborating physician. So it is, again, what I think is a good compromise and an improvement for access to care around the state, even in the urban areas. So I will stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
I believe that the carrier of the bill did a really good, thorough job of explaining the bill, and I urge your support.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Kelly, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And when the committee rises and reports, I recommend Senate Bill 200 to be passed favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Kelly to report Senate Bill 200 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. Our next item of business is Senate Bill 336, and for the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 336, the chair recognizes Representative Bourgeon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no committee amendments.
Please continue.
Senate Bill 336 would update Kansas statutes that govern investments by Kansas domiciled life insurance companies and preferred stock and other equity interests. The bill allows these companies to be more competitive in the marketplace and compete with states like Oklahoma and Texas, among others. I would note that there is no change to the responsibilities of the Kansas Insurance Department to provide oversight, so the oversight remains. There is no fiscal impact. I'd also note for the body that House Bill 2510, the companion bill to Senate Bill 336, passed the House earlier this year, 120-1, and the Senate passed Senate Bill 336, 38-2. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job of describing what is contained. Two primary things in Section 1 of this bill. It allows on preferred stock under current law to invest up to 25% of its admitted assets. And in the investments in equity interests, it allows it to go up to 20%. So that's basically everything it does. And according to the fiscal note, there would be no fiscal effect on the budget. Thank you, and I encourage you to support Senate Bill 336.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Bourgeon, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises in report, it reports Senate Bill 336 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Bourgeon to report Senate Bill 336 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Our next item is House Bill 2253, and for the purpose of carrying House Bill 2253, the chair recognizes Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments, and I move the adoption of the committee report as amended.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and the committee report is adopted. You may continue.
House Bill 2253 is going to amend the Kansas Prescription Monitoring Program Act, which is known as KTRACS. KTRACS was put into effect in 2008. There was a minor change in 2012, and since then there really hasn't been any updates. So what we're doing in this bill is basically updating, making it so that all data will be submitted electronically, increasing security access to require notification of changes in employment or disciplinary actions so they don't have access to KTRACS when they're not supposed to. It's going to allow prescribers and pharmacists to designate delegates to access KTRACS. Patient information will be privileged and confidential. It's going to enable additional features such as date of death so that prescriptions are not written post-mortem. It eliminates the 5-year maximum record retention, allows for research and analysis to be done. It's also going to add a 1 licensed advanced practice provider position on the board. This is an interesting part. What they're going to do is they're going to ask us to record a couple of additional things for KTRACS. One, we asked for the date the prescription was filled already. They are going to be asking for the date the prescription was sold. So they'll have both dates. And then another interesting part is that we will have a species code on there because a lot of people have pets and their prescriptions are filled at normal pharmacies. And when that goes through, it can be in the human's name, and we don't want to confuse KTRACS with a pet prescription. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Speak to the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am very pleased to speak in favor of House Bill 2253. KTRACS promotes community health, prevents the misuse, the abuse, and preserve legitimate access to controlled substance. This is a very valuable tool that we have for protection for the prescribers and assist healthcare providers to safely write these prescriptions and promote patient safety for all the citizens in Kansas. It's a program that has really worked on its own pretty much independently by writing grants and doing their own funding, basically. And it is a program that we are much better off today than when we started before. And with that, I ask your support for House Bill 2253. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does any other member wish to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Howerton, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises in report, it reports House Bill 2253 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Howerton to report House Bill 2253 favorably. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Next item is House Bill 2632, and for the purpose of carrying House Bill 2632, the Chair recognizes Representative Kincannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I was just accused a little earlier of sounding like an attorney this morning and talking too long in calendar. So I'm going to try to keep this a little bit more brief. We've all heard about it this morning, but I do need to go through it. This is a very important program that we're wanting to put into statute. So this House Bill 2632 creates a program to support, train, and mentor a statewide network of medical providers to review and recommend and make recommendations for child abuse, both physical and emotional. So if you'll recall, the Adrian's Law is a statute that requires a visual observation and an investigation of abuse. So this bill adds a section requiring DCF or law enforcement agency to make a care referral for any report of physical or abuse or neglect for a child 5 and under. So I've been asked why we would do something like this, why create a new program. In 1999, there was a study, a peer-reviewed study of physicians, and there was 30% of head injuries were not diagnosed properly as child abuse. 20 years later, that study was repeated, and it wasn't much better, still at 31%. So the overwhelming conclusion is that the data shows from numerous studies that there needs to be a change in practice to appropriately screen for abuse. We need a standard and evidence-based system. So this was then recommended by the Child Welfare Oversight Committee. It was requested by the Kansas chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. This bill was modeled from the Missouri program that's been in place for 10 years. We've had a pilot program going since last October of 21, that was implemented in Wyandotte and Johnson counties. It's been supported by physicians across the state from DCF, Children's Alliance of Kansas, and the Child Death Review Board. So the way it works is that the DCF receives a hotline call alleging abuse or neglect, then DCF instigate an investigation or assessment. At that point, a care referral is sent to the Child Abuse Medical Resource Center. That form is then reviewed and triaged by a board-certified child abuse pediatrician. A recommendation is then made, one of 4 things: either no medical care, an ER, go to the ER for immediate care, schedule a visit with their primary care physician, or an evaluation by a care provider. This bill creates the training for this process so that we can get primary care physicians across the state trained, either physicians, APRNs, or PAs. So to become a care provider, they need to go through the initial intensive training regarding maltreatment through the care network. They need to have continuous training and then also peer review with new provider mentoring. This bill also provides for payment, which will be handled through KDHE. It will pay within 90 days a reasonable cost for both the provider's exam and the triage system. And I think I'll stop at that point and stand for questions, Mr. Chair.
Speak to the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So last year we passed Adrian's Law, which you all know. It took us a while to get it through, and Adrian's Law specifically says that when an investigation is done by DCF or law enforcement, they have to have eyes on the child. And that was huge because we know in Adrian's case and other cases that would have made a difference. And so I'm thankful that we got that passed, and I would like to see how that affects these cases. And that's one of my concerns about this bill. I feel like there's much left off that we don't know in this bill. It's a lot of funding, and it doesn't have all the kinks worked out. Like, what about the timelines? And what about are parents going to be present during that 2 or 3 hour examination? And what if they refuse? And how is this going to affect rural Kansas? And are they going to be able to go to a care center? And the care centers are funded by us, but the pediatricians are the ones who are charged we're going to be paying them. So I feel like there's a lot of things that have not been worked out yet with this bill. I feel like it's important that we address. I don't think this is I don't think it's ready for prime time is what I would say. But there is one way I think we can make the bill better, and I do have an amendment. Oops. I do have an amendment because I'm assuming that it might pass. And so if it does pass, I would like to make it better with my amendment. And what do I do? The whole thing? No, I just got it. Take them one or the whole thing?
Body will stand at ease for just a moment while the amendment is uploaded. The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 1, line 16, by striking emotional abuse, and line 28 by striking emotional abuse. On page 4 and line 38 by striking emotional, and line 39 by striking abuse. On page 10 in line 28 by striking emotional abuse. On page 1 in the title in line 3 by striking examination and inserting referral.
Representative Humphreys, you may continue.
Okay, so Body, what this does is I just noticed in the bill, it talks about physical abuse, medical neglect, physical neglect, and then emotional abuse. And I feel like the physical abuse, the physical neglect, and the medical neglect all go together. Of course, pediatricians are very capable of figuring that out. The emotional abuse is another area, and I feel like it's different. And you also notice sexual abuse isn't in here because we handle that differently. We also handle emotional abuse differently. So I think this would be a better bill if we kept it to the referrals and the examination have to do with physical abuse, medical neglect, and physical neglect. And so that's my amendment, and I will stand for questions on the amendment.
Speak to the amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Kincannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just removing emotional abuse. I believe that if emotional abuse rises to the effort of actually being abused, that it becomes a medical issue. So I don't think this is necessary, but I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I think that there are a couple others who are going to speak to it, and I'll be anxious to hear what they have to say.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Epley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak against this amendment because the degree of child abuse that we see in the state of Kansas, there's a tremendous amount of overlap between physical and emotional health issues. And as a primary care physician, I don't think the amendment's meant to be offensive, but primary care physicians probably deal with more emotional abuse in the state than even psychiatrists. And I think it's really the bill, as well-intentioned as it is, and this amendment is not needed, and I rise to speak against the amendment because your primary care physicians, your family physicians, your pediatricians are the ones that do deal with this primarily. And if we pass this bill through the CARE Act training, through the curriculum that's provided through this CARE Act, which I'm a strong proponent of, I think that we'll have more training and we'll have it standardized and have it available. As far as the timelines that were spoken earlier of parental involvement, you know, it's in case law. If the allegations are directed at a parent over emotional abuse or whatever, they cannot be in the room. They can't be because they're the assailant, whatever. But if it's against someone else, the parents can be in the exam because they are the, they're the guardian, or the legal guardian can be in the room, so that's not an issue. So having said that, I hope you'll not pass this amendment. Thank you very much.
To speak to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Ruiz.
I'm against this amendment also. The emotional abuse needs to stay in there. As a clinical social worker, I work on a psychiatric department. I have done assessments with children before, and especially with the adolescents, there is a lot of, not a lot, but there's many oftentimes, if you've got neglect and you have other forms of abuse, you can also have some adolescents who will do self-harm. They may be cutting on themselves. Then that also it could become a medical issue too. So I think the emotional abuse is kind of, it needs to just stay in there because it can run over into the medical piece too.
Does any other member wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Humphreys, you may close.
Thank you. I would just like to remind the body that this bill specifically deals with 0 to 5-year-olds. This isn't older children that might be cutting or showing other signs of emotional abuse. So between 0 and 5, that was my concern, and I think it makes it a better bill by taking the emotional abuse piece out of it. And with that, I move my amendment. I close.
You've heard the motion by Representative Humphreys to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion fails. We are back on the bill. Chair recognizes Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, body, for that discussion. I don't have too much to add to what the chair described as a bill earlier, other than I urge your support for House Bill 2632. Thank you.
Body will stand at ease for just a moment. We're waiting on an amendment. Actually, to speak to the bill, Chair recognizes Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a few questions. The carrier would come see me? Hi. Yes. So my question again is on the funding aspect of it. I'm trying to decide. So the doctors asked for the bill, the pediatricians asked for the bill, correct?
They were in support of the bill.
They were in support of the bill. They're asking the state to pay for training, and then they're wanting the state to pay them for doing the exams, correct?
Well, I guess that's one way you can say it, but it sounds like it's self-serving. They were asked to establish a program that improves on the system that is currently in place that isn't working. So DCF worked with the pediatricians that are experts in this field, and this was developed. This system was developed in Missouri about 10 years ago, and so this is what we've looked at and decided to adopt. I think that the focus is not in the right place to think that they're doing this for the payment. This is to catch the abuse. One thing I failed to mention earlier was we know that abuse escalates over time. So if we can catch these in these early 0 to 5, I'm actually almost offended by the point that this is brought by physicians for the payment.
I understand that, but that is how it looks. And I have one last question for you. Do we need a bill, or can this just be policy? Could this just be a rules and regulation that the DCF puts in place to go to the CARES and have these exams and to investigate?
No, this needs to be set in statute, that we develop the system and the process for the CARES system, for the referrals, and the payment system.
Okay, I guess I just would like to see more detail on how that's going to work and play out. So thank you.
I've got details.
Chair recognizes Representative Epley.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Again, this training is a standardized format that has come to us from other states. It's trying to establish what we call in medicine for primary care physicians, for pediatricians, family physicians, APRNs, PAs that do primary care, a standard of care that we can seek as far as child abuse cases. And so this curriculum came to us, and this was a way to get everybody trained. It comes with a price tag, and so that's the price tag. As far as looking self-serving, I don't look at it that way. I don't know the reimbursement system for these exams. I know that we're trying to get children of child abuse allegations to get a standardized evaluation and move this forward so that there will be a standard of care, because right now these exams, when they end up in a court of law, there's all sorts of different standards, different things that are looked at, and if we have a standard of care through this CARES training, it will make a tremendous difference going forward. I don't know much about the $800,000 of cost that goes with this, but I know that primary care physicians, on both pediatricians, family physicians, want this care. They want this to become standard of care in the state, and we urge your support on that aspect. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 2, following line 41, by inserting F. The provisions of this section shall expire on July 1, 2026. On page 4, in line 23, by striking and inserting a comma, and line 24 after centers by inserting and any medical provider associated with a child advocacy center that has the ability to conduct a care exam. On page 10, following line 31, by inserting 3. The provisions of this subsection shall expire on July 1, 2026. On page 1 in the title, in line 3, by striking examination and inserting referral.
Representative Landwehr, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This simply allows for the current child advocacy centers that we have across Kansas. If they have a medical provider that can do this care exam, then they would have the ability to do that. It also provides for 4 years, a sunset, so that the program gets revisited for how well it's done or not. Be happy to stand for questions.
Does any member wish to speak to the amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, the child advocacy centers, the physicians that work there would already be included in this, but I have no problem at all with having them named in connection. It just improves the collaboration. And as far as a sunset, I have no problem with revisiting policy at all. So I would see this as a friendly amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if the advocacy centers can provide this review evaluation, sorry, brain fart, I think that's a good idea. I'm not sure I agree with the sunset. I think it's good policy. It's been displayed in other states. But if we want to come back and revisit it in 4 years, I'll leave that to the wisdom of the body. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Landwehr, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I might point out that this was language that was worked with all parties involved, so the proponents of this bill would are also fine with this, so I would move my amendment.
Body, you've heard the motion by Representative Landwehr to amend. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Tim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very quickly, I want you to understand law enforcement totally supports that. We spoke with several of the representatives this morning. 2 reasons. 1, protect our kids. Secondly, it protects innocent people. Having worked child abuse cases, there are many times we do not recognize the signs that we see. How bad to accuse some adult of doing something wrong when they didn't. So it has a two-edged sword. This is a good bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Concanon, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really don't think I have a lot more to add at this time other than to say this has already been tried and true and proved in Missouri. The details are there. If you want to ask me about them, I'm happy to share them with you. And with that, I also want to thank the majority leader for the amount of work that he's put into this, trying to bring all the parties together to get this system into place. I think it'll be very valuable for Kansas and especially for those young kids in Kansas. So with that, I move that when we rise and report House Bill 2632 favorable for passage as amended.
Body, you've heard the motion by Representative Concanon to report House Bill 2632 favorably as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. Our next item of business is Senate Bill 346, and for the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 346, Chair recognizes Representative Mosier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and you have to believe me when I tell you that the stars just aligned to find me up here 3 times today. This is not my normal behavior. So, Mr. Chairman, there were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report as amended.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries, and the committee report is adopted. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 346, as amended, concerns raw and unpasteurized milk labeling and advertising, and also regarding the transport of animals across state lines and the animal health commissioner duties associated with that movement. This bill requires certain language to be provided on the containers of raw milk which is sold on farm only. It also includes the contents of House Bill 2723, authorizing the Animal Health Commissioner to take legal action against the introduction of livestock into the state without proper medical records that reflect visual inspection, any required testing, or any vaccinations needed. The Certificate of Veterinary Inspection is also known as a health paper. These indicate that animals on a certain shipment are all healthy individuals. 3 committee amendments include adding the language of labeling to include the words raw and unpasteurized on both the milk container label and in advertising in clearly visible font size. So it can't just say raw, it can't just say unpasteurized, it has to say raw and unpasteurized. It also includes a definition for imminent health hazard with regard to raw milk and dairy. This declaration would be determined by the Secretary of Agriculture. The contents of 2723 were added into SB 346, which I mentioned a bit ago. This addresses the transport of animals into the state and the authorities of the Animal Health Commissioner regarding such movement. Monitoring and tracking disease is important to the health, safety, and economic well-being of the Kansas livestock industry, the largest component of Kansas agriculture. Knowingly and intentionally putting Kansas livestock at risk regarding the spread of contagious, infectious, and communicable diseases is an egregious situation. Also noted in the bill, the milk and dairy fees were not increased and will now sunset in 2028, not 2023. Proponents were the Kansas Department of Agriculture, the Kansas Livestock Association, and the Kansas Farm Bureau on both bills. The fiscal note was 0 with the raw milk bill, and when the transportation bill was added in, it was still negligible. With that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Speak to the bill. Chair recognizes Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that was a good explanation of this 2 bills in 1 bill that we did, and appreciate that. The fees did not increase. One of them actually seems to have been lowered, but they did extend for 5 years, and so instead of sunsetting and going away, they are being continued. So just know that. I support the bill. The fees, what was I going to say? I lost my thought. They would have gone away. The Department of Agriculture testified that because of the dairy in southwest Kansas that's being built, that we do expect the fees can be reduced in the future because of the more volume we have in the milk. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in support.
Does any other member wish to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Mosier, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports SB 346 favorably for passage.
Body, you've heard the motion by Representative Mosier to report Senate Bill 346 favorably. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Our next item of business is Senate Bill 141, and for the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 141, the chair recognizes Representative Samsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There were no committee amendments.
Please continue.
Body SB 141 comes from the Committee on Judiciary. It would enact the Kansas Uniform Directed Trust Act. It would also amend provisions of the Kansas Uniform Trust Code. Among its provisions, it would delineate the powers, fiduciary duties, and liabilities of trust directors and directed trustees. It's been adopted in 13 other states. The proponents in committee were the Kansas Judicial Council and the Kansas Bar Association. There were no opponents. I'll stand for questions, Mr. Chairman.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Senate Bill 141. This is another example of a bill that brings Kansas into the 21st century. It's recommended by the folks who are indeed the experts in this area of the law. I am not one of them, but I do urge you to vote in favor of SB 141. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, Representative Samsel, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report SB 141 favorably for passage.
Body, you've heard the motion by Representative Samsel to report Senate Bill 141 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Chair recognizes the majority leader for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Body, the next bill we're going to pass over, and the reason why we're going to pass over is we want to do that when we come back from lunch. We'll have people in to do the sign language part, and we really needed to be able to connect that time up. So with that, Mr. Chair, in accordance with House Rule 1903, I move Senate Bill 343, appearing under that order of business, general orders, be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. For our next item of business, Senate Bill 446, and for the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 446, the chair recognizes Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries and the committee report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise before the body to present Senate Bill 446, an act that will designate US 166 Spring River Dam Bridge in Baxter Springs and the eastbound and westbound K66 bridge over the Spring River in Riverton, both in Cherokee County, the Veterans Memorial Bridge. Written proponents in testimony were Senator Mike Thompson and Senator Richard Hildebrand. There were no opponents and no neutrals. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Helgerson.
As the previous speaker said, there was no opposition, and I'm in favor of the bill.
If there is no further discussion, Representative Proctor, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 446 favorably for passage.
Body, you've heard the motion by Representative Proctor to report Senate Bill 446 favorably. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Next item of business is Senate Bill 483, and for the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 483, the chair recognizes Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. SB 483 would increase criminal penalties for theft and criminal damage to property involving remote service units, most commonly referred to as ATMs or ITMs. This bill would add the definition of remote service unit to terms used in statutes concerning theft. The bill would also define value to mean the cost to restore the site of the remote service unit to its condition at the time immediately prior to the theft. In addition, the bill would amend the definition of aggravated criminal damage to property to include knowingly damaging, destroying, defacing, or subsequently impairing the use of a remote service unit with the intent to obtain at least $5,000 in currency. Current law treats theft or criminal damage to a remote service unit as a misdemeanor or a level 9 felony, and the criminal damage to the property as a level 7 to a level 9 felony. SB 483 would increase the penalty for both theft of the cash and the criminal destruction of property to a non-person felony, with the theft level ranging from a 5 to 7 and the criminal damage from a 7 to 9, depending on the value and amount. What we're seeing around the country now is a rise in theft and destruction of ATMs. There was an article in the Wall Street Journal just a few weeks ago about the cases doubling in the last year. It's mainly organized crime. What they're doing is they're stealing a vehicle, usually a truck, tying a chain to the ATM, ripping it out of whatever location it's at. They can do this in less than a minute. In some of these small communities, these ATMs are the only source of cash for individuals. They may have 2 or 3 or maybe even 1 in their community, so this does harm them as well. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Speak to the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My friend, the brother of a Democratic City Council member from Wichita, did an outstanding job. He really did, a much better job than I did in my caucus. This is a good bill, but I hope my friends from the bankers and the credit unions understand that just increasing the penalties does not necessarily deter crime. But I'm still going to vote for it, so I urge you to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does any other member wish to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Hoheisel, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to my brother, my mom dropped one of us on our heads when we were kids, and I'll let you all assume which one it was. With that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports or reports SB 483 favorable for passage.
Body, you've heard the motion by Representative Hoheisel to report Senate Bill 483 favorably. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. Our next item of business is Senate Bill 19. And for the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 19, the chair recognizes Representative Landwehr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was a committee report.
And you move the adoption of that report?
I move adoption of the report.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted.
No matter how many times you do this, if you don't have the script in front of you, you lose. So, okay, House Sub for Senate Bill 19 has had a little bit of an adventure. Health and Human Services heard this committee last year, or this bill last year, this year, and then we passed it over to the Utilities Committee. This is to establish the 988 Suicide Prevention Hotline, which is required by federal law to go into place July 16th of this year. The bill creates the Living, Investing in Values and Ending Suicide Act. The act would implement the 988 Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Crisis Hotline in Kansas. The bill would outline the responsibilities of the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability, as we know as KDADs, hotline centers, and service providers. The bill would establish the 988 Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Crisis Hotline and direct state general fund monies to be transferred to the hotline fund. Additionally, the bill would provide certain protections from liability for service providers, prohibit the imposition of 988 fees other than those established by the bill, create the 988 Coordinating Council, and require the annual report for the council to select Legislative Standing Committee. In the language that was presented from the federal government to the states, it requires us to provide services to everyone that calls that line. And that's what makes the mobile crisis units that we have in this bill so important. And it's not just for behavioral health, it will also deal with the IDD population as well. There is also a follow-up call that has to happen. So anyone that calls that line will receive a follow-up call to make sure that he or she did take and receive services. The mobile crisis units are made up of individuals that already are out there performing these duties. It's kind of like a volunteer fire department. A page will go out and a decision is made. Does it require law enforcement, a social worker, and the EMT, or one or two, or all three? We've had a lot of discussion on this over the last couple of years, so at this time here, I think I'll just stand for questions.
Speak to the bill. Chair recognizes Representative Keither.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was sort of wondering who was going to carry this bill, considering it came out of our committee, but you had done so much work on it, so it where it belongs. I rise in support of this bill. Obviously, it's necessary and needed. I think it's been put together well. We are looking at a SGF dollar to fund it for 1 year, and then would like to try to look at something that will provide a sustainable source of funding so we don't just go up and down with what happens with the SGF. I think that's a good way to go. We took out the fees on the phone. Your cell phone was going to have a 20-cent fee, every cell phone you have, and prepaid wireless was going to be 4 cents. So a lot of these people that might be using this hotline or the need for mental health services, don't need to be getting charged another fee. So we're trying to find a different way to go around getting this paid for. So with that in mind, I appreciate the work that was done by the previous committee, and I think our chairman had a great idea on how to get this moving out and moving along, and so I rise in support of House Sub for Senate Bill 19. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Just some quick facts for 2020 in Kansas. On average, 1 person died by suicide every 16 hours in our state. 5 times more people died of suicide than alcohol-related motor vehicle accidents. Kansas were ranked 13th in the nation for suicides. So, thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Landwehr, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We won't belabor this. I would just ask that when the body rises and reports, that it reports House for Senate substitute for Senate Bill 19 favorable for passage.
Body, you've heard the motion by Representative Landwehr to report Senate Bill 19 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. For our next item of business, we consider House Bill 2600, and for the purpose of carrying House Bill 2600, the chair recognizes Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments, and I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The committee report is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2600 is a compilation of 4 bills with the universities trying to buy, sell, convey, or exchange property that had been given to them or donated to them, and they're getting it into endowment or other such things. This includes the University of Kansas, Pittsburgh State University, Kansas State University, and Emporia State University. With that, I'll stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, chair recognizes Representative Woodard.
I should have said more, but I'm sorry.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The carrier of the bill did a fantastic job, and I urge your support for House Bill 2600.
There is no further discussion. Representative, you may close.
Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, they report HB 2600 favorably for passage.
Body, you've heard the motion by Representative Wassinger to report House Bill 2600 favorably. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Chair recognizes the majority leader for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
The clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole recommends House Bill 2644 and substitute for House Bill 2447, Senate Bill 448, substitute for Senate Bill 300, House substitute for Senate Bill 261, Senate Bill 417, 483, and House sub for Senate Bill 19 be passed. House Bills 2253, 2632, 2600, Senate Bills 313, 200, 336, 346, and 446 be passed as amended. Senate Bill 343 be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
Speaker recognizes Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion is adopted. Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Committee on Transportation recommends Senate Bill 506 be passed. Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends Senate Bill 405 be amended. The bill be passed as amended. Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends House Bill 2715 be amended. The bill be passed as amended. Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends House Bill 2717 be amended. The bill be passed as amended. Committee on Federal and State Affairs recommends House Bill 2681 be passed. Committee on Children and Seniors recommends Senate Bill 12 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Committee on Children and Seniors recommends Senate Bill 276 be passed. Committee on Transportation recommends House Bill 2609 be passed. Committee on Transportation recommends Senate Bill 161 be amended. The bill be passed as amended. Committee on Transportation recommends House Bill 2504 be amended by substituting a new bill to be designated as House substitute for House Bill number 2504 as follows. An act concerning motor vehicles relating to disabled veteran distinctive license plates, allowing the printing of the international symbol access for disabled veteran distinctive license plates and certain parking privileges for disabled veterans who meet certain physical definitions, and the substitute bill be passed. Committee on Appropriations recommends House Bill 2492 be amended. The bill be passed as amended. Committee on Appropriations recommends Senate Bill 267 be amended by substituting a new bill to be designated as House substitute for Senate Bill number 267 as follows. An act making concerning appropriations for the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2022, June 30th, 2023, June 30th, 2024, and June 30, 2025 for state agencies, authorizing certain transfers, capital improvement projects, and fees, imposing certain restrictions and limitations, directing or authorizing certain receipts, disbursements, procedures, and acts incidental to the foregoing, and the substitute bill be passed. Committee on Redistricting recommends House Bill 2737 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as substitute for House Bill number 2737 as follows. An act concerning reapportionment relating to state representative districts, providing for the reapportionment thereof, and the substitute bill be passed. Committee on Taxation recommends Senate Bill 326 be amended and the bill be passed as amended.
Are there announcements? Representative Landwehr.
Conference Committee on the APRN bill, which I should have brought the number up here with me, will be at 8 a.m. tomorrow. We do not have a room yet, so watch the postings that come through.
Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Johnson County delegation, we will be hearing from our 5 school superintendents in room 142 South. Please attend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you. I think there was some confusion, but I'm just confirming Clear and Truth Caucus have a combined lunch today in 152 South. Thank you.
Representative Burnquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House elections will meet at the rail to approve minutes immediately following this session.
Further announcements? Seeing none, Majority Leader Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, we will start, when we come back, we'll start with Senate Bill 343. They'll have the hearing people here for that bill, so be ready for that. Mr. Speaker, I move the House recess until 2 p.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. We are in recess. House will be in order. Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Hawkins for a motion to resolve itself to the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. The Speaker appoints Representative Williams to chair the Committee of the Whole.
All right, the next item of business is Senate Bill 343. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 343, the chair recognizes Representative Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were no committee amendments.
You may proceed.
Members, Senate Bill 343 would update statutory terminology related to persons with hearing loss. Specifically, the term hearing impairment would be replaced by the term hard of hearing. The deaf community views the term impairment to imply brokenness. So the deaf community has changed their reference to the more positive term of hard of hearing, and this bill reflects that in statute. The bill contains other technical adjustments to bring the wording to current standards. However, the reviser has asked that there's one more change be made that would make the bill better and clean up the language. So with that, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. Please read.
Page 17 by striking all in lines 26 through 35. On page 18 in line 43 by striking 75-5397C. Renumber sections accordingly, and on page 1 in the title in line 5 by striking 75-5397.3.
Representative?
Yes, members, this amendment deletes section 11, which is on page 17 of the bill. You'll see that there were no changes made in that section. That was because during the Senate's work and the Senate committee, it was agreed that this reference to the committee called the Kansas Commission for the Deaf and Hearing Impaired should remain as it is in statute because of lawsuits and other pending legal actions that were going on at the time that it was renamed into the Kansas Commission for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. So this one statutory reference, they chose to leave as is for purposes of those pending actions. So this basically just takes that section out because there are no changes in that section and nothing is revised. So the reviser suggested that we just remove it to make it clean, and that is the proposal on this amendment. So just a terminology. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Does any member wish to speak to the amendments? If no one desires to speak to the amendment, Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was not aware of this amendment. Can I ask some questions about it? Sure. Yeah. Tell me again what you said. I couldn't hear it very well back here.
Yeah, and I should have given you a heads up. Yeah. So this is basically just on page 17 of the bill. There you go. You'll see that there were no changes made and that there's a reference to the old name of a commission, the Commission for the Deaf and Hearing Impaired, and it was intentionally left with the old reference to hearing impaired for the reasons that I mentioned, because of pending legal actions and things, that they thought it better to leave the statutory name as is. So there essentially is no change made in this section. And the reviser just said, you know, since there's no change made, it should just be deleted from this particular bill. That's it. It's a fairly benign thing.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That makes a lot more sense to me. No, I'll just put your stuff there. I had wished that there would have been people there in the committee to have seen young people that came to speak for themselves, and to, you know, that we had a sign language interpreter there, and it was awesome because what we heard from young people who came forward to say that those who are deaf and hard of hearing have historically been subjected to terminology invented by hearing people. So in their preference is to be called deaf and hard of hearing. And with that, I urge you to vote yes on Senate Bill 343. Thank you.
We are still on the amendment. Representative Turner? Any further discussion on the amendment? If there's no further discussion, Representative Turner, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I close.
You've heard the motion by Representative Turner to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The amendment appears to have passed. Motion passes. Back on the bill. Representative Ruiz, would you like to speak to the bill?
There she comes. All right.
Madam Chair, I've already spoken. I know it was out of turn, but it already said.
All right. If there's no further discussion, Representative Turner, you may close.
Members, this bill simply modernizes statutory terminology. There were no opponents in committee. It has no fiscal impact. It passed the Senate 39-0. So with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, that it report Senate Bill 343 favorably for passage as amended.
You have heard the motion by Representative Turner to report SB 343 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is SB 215. For the purpose of carrying SB 215, the chair recognizes Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill has to do with driver's education. And since the chairman of the Education Department asked me to drive this bill, I hope I don't crash and burn. And if I go too long, just put up a stop sign and I will put on the brakes. This bill is relatively simple. It transfers authority for post-secondary drivers education program and driver training schools from the State Board of Regents to the Department of Revenue. This makes sense to do the transfer, and all parties involved were in support. This includes the Kansas Board of Regents, the Kansas Department of Education, Johnson County Community College, and the community college organizations. Some of those community colleges offer truck driving degrees, and they feel they're better under the Department of Revenue. For secondary schools, there is no change. This only applies to driver's education in post-secondary institutions. Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and report, I'm sorry.
Wait, we're going to.
I stand for question.
Discussion? All right.
I have crashed and burned.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? We have Representative Hubert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carrier of the bill from Central Tennessee did a pretty good job of explaining, although he's going to have to work on his humor a little bit. He got to the heart of the bill. I can tell you that in committee, there were some questions about the fiscal note, and I asked the Department of Revenue if they really needed an FTE, and they got back to me and emailed me that they would not. So with that, there would not be a fiscal note. And with the underlying bill of pulling this under Department of Revenue, where it probably is a good place for it to be, I support the bill and ask for you to vote yes on Senate Bill 215.
Further discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Esau. The chair recognizes, there she is, Representative Esau.
I apologize, Madam Chair. I misheard the name that was said. I don't have a question for the carrier of the bill. The underlying bill appears to be a good bill, and I have an amendment that I hope will simply speed the process along for another good bill that we've got.
Is the amendment long? All right. Representative, would you like to explain your amendment?
Yes, I realize that it appears long. It adds one sentence to statute, and many of you will recognize this amendment as House Bill 2609. There's quite a few co-sponsors that are on it. It allows 15-year-olds who have a restricted driver's license to drive to or from church, religious activities. There's actually a better term than that, I apologize. Whereas right now they can only go to work or school.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? If there is no objection, Representative Esau, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to answer any questions about this amendment and the bill that it is. It is something that is allowed. If you are a 16-year-old restricted driver's license holder, you can do this. This simply allows 15-year-olds to do what we allow 16-year-olds to already do. It's a bill that's been very thoroughly vetted. It went through committee twice, and both times it passed out. There was no opposition testimony. There was great proponent testimony that happened. And let me tell you just a tiny bit about how this bill came to be. A father contacted me rather late in our legislative process. That's why I'm trying to work to get this bill through the whole process, get it through the Senate, and wanted to know why his now newly restricted licensed 15-year-old could not drive to church when she could drive to school or work. He made a very good case. He had wonderful testimony in committee that everyone enjoyed. And we also had a young man who happens to be related to one of our own who came and did a great job presenting his position as a 15-year-old and why he would like to be able to drive himself to church and not have to rely on his grandparents or other folks to give him a ride, because he wants to go at times that it's not convenient for them. And as I said, there's 47 co-sponsors on this. Many of you are very familiar with it, but I would be happy to stand for questions if anyone has any.
Speaking to the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Hubert.
We didn't handle this amendment in our caucus. The carrier of the amendment did talk to me before bringing it, and you know, I think there was something on agenda tomorrow for the floor, but, you know, to be honest, I don't know if it's germane to this bill, and so I will challenge the germaneness of this amendment.
Germaneness has been challenged. I would like to recognize the Rules Chair to make a ruling on the germaneness of Representative's amendment to Senate Bill 2015. The chair recognizes Representative Esau. The chair recognizes Representative Esau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apparently, there was some misunderstanding in discussing this amongst the leadership of the various committees, and our goal is to get this passed. Our goal is not to try to muck up a bill that's there that is also a good bill. And for that reason, I would like to withdraw my motion to amend at this time.
Is there an objection? No objection. We are back on the bill. Any further discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Schmidt. If there's no further discussion, Representative Schmidt, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was a bit of a bumpy road, but I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report Senate Bill 215 favorably for passage as amended. It was amended before.
You have heard the motion by Representative Schmidt to report Senate Bill 2015 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is Senate Bill 28. For the purposes of carrying Senate Bill 28, the chair recognizes Representative Howe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House substitute for Senate Bill 28 comes to you from the Committee on Insurance and Pensions. If enacted, this legislation would do three things, achieve three main goals. The bill would end the registration of pharmacy benefit managers in the state and instead require them to be licensed. Number two, based on their licensure, the insurance department would have oversight of the pharmacy benefit managers, which would allow it to hold the PBMs accountable to current law and a regulatory structure contained in the bill. And three, it would amend the current maximum allowable cost appeals process. This legislation, the proponents of this legislation were the Kansas Pharmacist Association and the Pharmaceutical Care Management Association. And this is this bill is a product of a negotiated compromise between those two groups. And I would like to commend them for their give and take and compromise on this bill. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for any questions.
Members, if you do not wish to speak to the bill, would you please turn your lights off? All right. Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Neighbor.
Sorry, I didn't understand the pronunciation. I've been a neighbor for a long time. I got to go back and look at my name tag. This is really a piece of legislation that has been worked on for many, many years. And this year, the chairman of Insurance and Pensions brought everybody to the table and said this was an issue that you all need to work out so that we could get the best product. I think this is a first step. There may be some things later on, but this is agreed to by both parties and is extremely important to this body. Hopefully we'll look at some health care costs and put the pharmacists and the PBMs on the little bit more, a little better playing field. So with that, I would encourage all of you to support House Sub for Senate Bill 28. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? All right. If there's no further discussion, Representative Howe, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I would like to commend all the stakeholders that put a lot of time and effort into the formulation of this bill and for the leadership in helping make that happen. With that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report House Substitute for Senate Bill 28 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Howe to report Senate Bill 28 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is Senate Bill 419. For the purposes of carrying Senate Bill 419, the chair recognizes Representative Neely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were no amendments.
Please continue.
This bill would allow the Secretary of Corrections, with the consent of the Director of Police Training of the Kansas Law Enforcement Training Center, or KLETC, to designate an employee of KDOC to attend the KLETC or any training certified under continuing law, or attend courses provided by KLETC or a certified training school. The bill had many proponents and no opponents. The fiscal note, the agency indicates the basic training would cost about $4,560 per student. Therefore, enactment of the bill would increase expenditures by $9,120 in fiscal year 2023, which would be absorbed within existing resources. Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I will stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of SB 419. I would like to point out that the fiscal note may be somewhat questionable. It is predicated on the assumption that 2 students per year will attend KLETC from the Department of Corrections. Could be more, could be less, but it appears that at present at least KLETC can afford to train 2 more officers a year. I might also mention to you that this same bill passed the House unanimously in 2020, but did not make it through the COVID-shortened session, and the bill passed the Senate this year unanimously. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there further discussion? If there is no further discussion, Representative Neely, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the body rise and report, it find SB 419 favorable for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Neely to report Senate Bill 419 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is Senate Bill 440. For the purposes of carrying Senate Bill 440, the chair recognizes Representative Lex.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were no committee minutes.
You may continue.
Okay, Senate Bill 440 come to us from the Senate Health Human Services. We heard it in our House side, and it would authorize occupational therapists to provide a limited service without a referral from a healthcare provider. Currently, an occupational therapist, and a lot of us has had need of those, they do good work, they could not work without a referral. This will actually allow them to practice within the scope of their training without a referral from a physician. However, there is some conditions involved in that. Somebody can just walk in without a referral, but the occupational therapist must set some goals and those must be met. And if they're not met within a certain time frame, within 10 patient visits or 30 days, and if that patient isn't meeting some goals, then the occupational therapist must contact the physician back for a referral and saying, hey, this isn't working. So it also requires the occupational therapist to have malpractice insurance. That's required. And this bill actually brought a lot of together the Kansas Board of Healing Arts and the Occupational Therapist Association. They all got together and sat down and worked out a compromise. So it does seem to be a good bill. Will allow them to expand an area and people to walk in as a convenience factor. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for any questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the carrier bill did a good job of explaining, and I urge your support for Senate Bill 440. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there further discussion on the bill? If there's no further discussion, Representative Blex, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I ask when the committee rises and report the pass House Senate Bill 440 out favorably for passage. Thank you.
You have heard the motion by Representative Blex to report Senate Bill 440 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is Senate Bill 34. For the purposes of carrying Senate Bill 34, the chair recognizes Representative Wassinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a committee amendment. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
One of my favorite topics, rules and regulations. Today, this bill is about requiring the review of administrative rules and regulations every 5 years by every agency, executive agency in the state. It would require it's divided all of them up into 5 different sections, and it would start this year. It is so important that we do this. We sit on joint rules and regulations, and people come in, they haven't changed their rules or looked at their regulations for 10 years, sometimes as long as 20 years. It's important that we have them review all these so that we can get some feedback, and they have to come to the Joint Rules and Regulations Committee. Although in these 5 categories, all these agencies were named, there may be some that we missed. And if not, they're quite required to go ahead and take care of this within the next 5 years. With that, Madam Chair, I stand for questions.
Is there further discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The way this bill came across to renew your regulations every 5 years or expand or reevaluate where your situation is according to agency, it sounds like a good thing. You know, some of the neutrals thought it could be burdensome. The opponents said it would be burdensome. And so we can elaborate on some of the issues that these created. Representative, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Were the agencies prohibited on coming any time to try and change the rules and regulations prior to this?
I'm sorry, ask that again.
Were the agencies prohibited at any time to make a petition or application to change any regulations prior to this bill coming across?
Yes, they were.
Was there a time element involved?
No, they had to go through a hearing in order to invoke the new rules and regulations. Otherwise, this just requires them to go over them because they tend to work with them every day, see things that don't work, and see things that they need to adjust. And so this gives them the opportunity and us to take a look at them.
Okay, so is there a way an agency can opt out if they feel they're working well within their spectrum of what their regulations are?
I'm sorry, to opt out?
Opt out, yes.
Of what we say we'd like them to
Of
revoke?
this bill, the 5-year.
No. It would require everyone to go over their rules and regulations every 5 years. I believe the House does it every 2 years.
Thank you for that, Representative. I think this is a little bit looking for a situation that doesn't need to happen. I think the agencies can regulate themselves. We always hear about too much regulation, too much oversight, and I feel that's what this is. So I will be voting against this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there further discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I supported this bill in committee. I mean, I think the idea of having every agency review all their regulations every 5 years is a good idea. I mean, I actually, unless my memory is serving me incorrectly, I actually did this for the Department of Health and Environment about 20 years ago. And we didn't identify very many regulations to get rid of, but I think it was a really important exercise. But after giving more thought to the other piece of this bill, the fast track revocation, I've got some concerns that were raised in our caucus. And, I think we have a revocation process. I think the fast track revocation would enable, for instance, a agency secretary who was maybe a little too close to regulated industries to quickly get rid of actually useful regulations. And so I think a little more review over the revocation process would be in order. So despite the fact that I support the review process, I'm going to have to oppose the bill at this point. Thanks.
Is there further discussion? If there is no further discussion, Representative Wassinger, stepping back, Representative Highland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a past chairman of the Rules and Regs Committee, we see over and over again these regulations that are outdated, need updating, and we have people that would rather not do that. So this bill forces them to take a look at their bills, all their rules and regulations. They can come in the 5 years and say, we've reviewed them all and found nothing needs to be changed. Or we found these 4 that need to be gotten rid of. They are no longer useful. So for those reasons, I do support this bill.
Is there further discussion? All right, if there's no further discussion, Representative Wassinger, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to tell you that this bill adds accountability, transparency, and legislative oversight. This is something that's long overdue. And no one likes to do spring cleaning. No one likes to tear apart their whole house and get rid of the things that you don't need. But you know what? I think it's important that government agencies, as well as us, should go through things at least every 5 years. So thank you. Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, they report Senate Bill 34 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Wassinger to report Senate Bill 34 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is Senate Bill 453. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 453, the chair recognizes Representative Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill or Senate Bill 453 comes to us from the Senate Committee on Public Health and Welfare.
You have a committee report, Representative?
Yes, I'm going to. There were committee amendments. I move the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. You may continue.
Thank you. The Senate Committee on Public Health and Welfare sent this to us. It passed the Senate 40-0, and when it came to the House Health and Human Services, we found a number of mistakes in it, so we started to change them. What this does, it increasing for unlicensed employees to work in adult care homes with training provided by the licensed practical nurse, the LPNs. Presently, CNAs are trained by RNs, registered nurses. This is a program to get more people into nursing homes or adult care facilities to care for them. There's a big shortage. So this is the proposal that we would allow them to hire after training with 40 hours to work at a adult care facility, assisted living, or nursing homes, and on the condition that they would continue to get an additional 50 hours after they're working. That meets the requirements of being a CNA, which is 90 hours. It also allows LPNs, licensed practical nurses, to help in the training of the CNAs as long as it's overseen by a registered nurse. Further, we expanded who can train CNAs. Presently, technical schools can, technical colleges, and certain adult facilities, retirement communities and such. Hospitals could not do that. So an amendment was brought to allow hospitals and hospice care and others to also participate in the training, so we would have a larger training participants. People can do the training. With that, I will stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the carrier of the bill did a really good job of describing the bill, and I ask for your support for Senate Bill 453.
Is there further discussion? If there is no further discussion, Representative Barker, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 453 favorably.
You have heard the motion by Representative Barker to report Senate Bill 453 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is Senate Bill 330. For the purposes of carrying Senate Bill 330, the chair recognizes Representative Dodson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise before the body to present SB 330. There were no committee amendments. This is the Gold Star Memorial Bill that establishes a memorial and stand and plaque on the South Capitol grounds to honor Kansas families and loved ones in the service of their country. All this is done through the raising of private donations. As you recall, this legislation came to us here as 2540. We passed it out of the Veterans and Military Committee. The same happened. A mirror bill came out of the Senate as SB 330, the one we have today. I want to spend just a minute to talk about process. First of all, I'd like to thank our House leadership for getting this on track. I'd also like to thank Representative from Abilene and the Senator from Emporia for help keeping this moving. When we passed House Bill 2540 and we sent it to Senate, Fed, and State, they immediately passed it out and put it on the consent agenda. So last Tuesday, it was on the third day of the consent agenda. It was pulled in order to harvest the bill number, which I found most unfortunate, but that's the way things go. So with the help of our leadership and others, we got this back on track, and it's now back before us. It'll now go into committee here and the conference committee and hopefully be passed. We'd like to get it in front of the whole body here when we celebrate either on the 24th for Armed Forces Day or when we have the 29 March when we have the Vietnam vets up here. So I ask for your unanimous support again for this important bill. Recall that it was unanimously supported both by the Senate and the House before, and I expect that to happen again. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Weigel. Weigel. Sorry, I apologize.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Ms. Chair. It's a good bill. The previous representative did a good job talking about it. We did pass this, which was House Bill 2540, less than a month ago, I believe, about a month ago. And it's basically the same bill, just a little bit of a tweaking on it. It's a good bill, and it's a good opportunity for the state of Kansas to honor Gold Star family, and I hope you will support me and support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Weigel. Any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, Representative Dodson, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the body rises to report, it reports Senate Bill 330 favorable for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Dodson to report Senate Bill 330 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is Senate Bill 331. For the purposes of carrying Senate Bill 331, the chair recognizes Representative Osman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was a committee amendment, and I move adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Senate Bill 331 would amend the effective date specified in the insurance code for risk-based capital instructions promulgated by the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. It currently specifies that it becomes amendment effective on December 30th, 2020, and the bill would update the effective date to December 31st, 2021. So we're going to pretend that we're computer programs and move a 0 to a 1. The companion bill was HB 2564. If you remember that, we passed that out of the House 118 to 0. So because there's a companion bill, we have an amendment on this. But that is also, I leave myself open for questions, or the bill open for questions. Thank you.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The carrier of the bill has done a wonderful explanation. I think you all have at least heard this 4 times. It's a bill that we bring every year to update, so we're in compliance with the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, which is known as NIAC. I would ask for your support on Senate Bill 331.
For further discussion, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some questions for the distinguished representative. Here, come up and join me over here on the Republican side. There you go. You feel comfortable over here on the Republican side, don't you?
Very much so, yes.
They're really good people. They're loved by their mothers. I mean, you know, they're good guys and gals. Now, is this your first bill to carry on the floor of the Kansas House of Representatives?
That is correct.
And so I'm sure you spent most of last evening carefully reading the bill and all the committee testimony so as to be prepared to answer my questions here today?
Absolutely.
Good. Because it occurs to me from looking at the bill brief that this bill has to do with regulation. Is that right?
That appears to be correct in a technical sense, yes.
You know the attitude around here about regulating things, don't you, Representative?
I'm somewhat new, so you'll have to explain it to me.
Well, we have something known as a gas regulator that goes on gas meters. Are you familiar with the aroma of gas?
I've been told occasionally, yes.
Yes. I also understand you're a lawyer by trade. Is that right?
That is correct.
Well, certainly you're well familiar with the aroma of natural gas in your profession, true?
You've been doing this a lot longer than I have.
You know something I think you'll do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? If there is no further discussion, Representative Osmond, you may close.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I most graciously and expediently move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports SB 331 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Osmond to report Senate Bill 331 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes.
Thank you.
The next item of business is Senate Bill 451. For the purposes of carrying Senate Bill 451, the chair recognizes Representative Haswood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. SB 451 is changing what's already previously in statute on the permit for fishing, hunting, and for harvesting licenses. Currently in statute for Native Americans to receive this licensure fee permit for free, in the current statute it has both 1/16 blood quantum and also must be an enrolled member of the federally recognized tribe. This in itself is fairly redundant. None of our 4 Kansas federally recognized tribes require have that low of a blood quantum requirement. The lowest is 1/8. This will also just move over the process and make things just a little bit more smoother. There was also an amendment on the House side in our committee where we also just tweaked the definition. There was an issue in the previous when it came from the Senate side that the definition of federally recognized tribes only had one way of definition, and according to the Indian Tribe Act of 1994, there's 3 different ways a tribe can be federally recognized. And that is it. I will stand for questions.
All right. Does any member desire to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the bill. It actually just simplifies this process and would be an efficiency kind of activity, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there further discussion? If there is no further discussion, Representative Haswood, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports SB 451 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Passwood to report Senate Bill 451 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion passes. The next item of business is Senate Bill 479. For the purposes of carrying Senate Bill 479, the chair recognizes Representative Arnberger Blue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 479 was brought to the House Federal and State Affairs Committee. It is dealing with commemorating the suffragist movement. Basically, it was brought forward to the Capital Preservation Committee, and it was approved that we need to start the legislation process on it. Right now, there's $35,000 that has been raised to either create a mural, a statue, or something in the Capitol. And all funding for it has been private dollars. It was brought forth by the League of Women Voters and the American Association of University Women of Kansas, and that is basically it. It's to get the ball rolling, and then once they have a design figured out, they'll take it back to Capital Preservation and they'll move forward with it.
Desiring to speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of this bill. There were no neutrals or opponents to this. And like we heard in caucus, this has been a long time coming, and I think it's good, and I urge your support. Thank you.
Further discussion? The chair recognizes Representative Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Senate Bill 479. But as a member, and as a member of the Capital Preservation Committee, I feel compelled to provide you with the context of this bill, and also as a gentleman, a couple bills before the process. Senate Bill 479 is one of 3 bill requests, and that the Senate Bill 330 that we just a couple bills ago moved to final action was one of them. As a matter of record, I and many members in this House introduced the identical bill of Senate Bill 479, bipartisan. It was House Bill 2661. Now, we are all supporting Senate Bill 479 because we're not stuck on the letters, whether it's an HB or an SB preceding the numerals, because we believe that it's more important to authorize the permanent memorial commemorating the Kansas suffrage movement, as we felt it was more important to deal with the Gold Star families. But I would be remiss to inform you that the third bill, and this is the process part, is stuck in appropriations, and it was House Bill 2660, the third bill that that the Capital Preservation Committee was asked to introduce and pass. And so I'm taking the liberty of making you aware, and hopefully leadership will help with the process, because the third bill calls for the development of plans to place a mural honoring the 1st Kansas Colored Regiment that fought in the Civil War, the first all African American regiment, not the 54th Massachusetts, but the 1st Kansas colored, and that it is sitting, and that this then Senate Bill 479 is 2 of 3. So we need to complete the job, and I still, and we all who even signed on the other bill and the House Bill 2661 fully support, as we did 330, as we will 479, and hopefully before we say goodbye in May, we will complete the job with the 1st Kansas Colored Regiment bill. Thank you. I support Senate Bill 479. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there further discussion? If there is no further discussion, Representative Arnberger Blue, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rise and report, it pass out Senate Bill 479 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Arnberger Blue to report Senate Bill 479 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. The next item of business is House Bill 2734. For the purposes of carrying House Bill 2734, the chair recognizes Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2734 would amend licensure requirements for certain professions licensed by the Behavioral Services Regulatory Board, otherwise known as the BSRB. House Bill 2734 allows board-approved postgraduate supervised experience to count towards graduate-level supervised clinical practicums of supervised professional experience, permitting current master's and clinical level licenses to take the addiction counselor test at the bachelor's level. For me, the importance of the bill is that it will expand and enhance mental health services across the state. There were many, the proponents were David Fry, Executive Director, Behavioral Services Regulatory Board, the Association of Community Mental Health Centers, Ember Hope Youthville. Neutrals were none, opponents none. And for the fiscal note, it would be absorbed by the BSRB. And I stand for questions.
Does any member desire to speak to the bill? If there's no further discussion, Representative Ruiz, you may close.
Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports HB 2734 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Ruiz to report House Bill 2734 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. This concludes our general orders. The chair recognizes the majority leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we rise and report.
You have heard the motion to rise and report. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. The motion passes.
The clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole recommends House Bill 2734, House Substitute for Senate Bill 28, Senate Bill 419, 440, and 330 be passed. Senate Bills 343, 215, 34, 453, 331, 451, and 479 be passed as amended.
Speaker recognizes Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the adoption of the committee of the whole report.
Heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted.
Speaker recognizes Representative Owens for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2361.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's see. Senate Sub for House Bill 2361 deals with specialty courts and some things we want to put in place there. The Senate made some changes. We haven't had a chance to fully review those. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that when the House non-concur and Senate amendments to Senate Sub for House Bill 2361 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Representative Owens, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Speaker appoints Representatives Owens, Eric Smith, and Heiberger as conferees on the part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Barker for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2057.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur in the Senate's amendments to House Bill 2057. It started out as an alcohol bill, and now they have animals in it, assisted animals. But we need to talk about it. I'll stand for questions.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative Barker, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Speaker appoints Representatives Barker, Arnberger Blue, and Lewis Ruiz as conferees on the part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Barker for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2087.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House non-concur to the Senate changes in House Bill 2087. It was a Rules and Regs bill, and you'd be shocked at what they did to it. I'll stand for questions.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative Barker, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move my motion.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Speaker appoints Representatives Barker, Arnberger Blue, and Lewis Ruiz as conferees on the part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Highland for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2005.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2005 was the hot water heater bill, and the Senate decided they wanted to make some changes. We need to check out what nefarious activities they're up to. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 2005 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Speaker appoints Representatives Highland, Orr, and Vaughn as conferees on the part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Landwehr on a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2262.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House non-concur and Senate amendments to Senate Sub for House Bill 2262 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I was moving along rather quickly, Mr. Chairman. I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Speaker appoints Representatives Landwehr, Epley, and Susan Ruiz as conferees on the part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Johnson for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2136.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2136 dealt with the Insurance Commissioner's Office, including some powers of an investigation. The Senate made a few changes to that, and I would move that we non-concur to the Senate amendments to House Bill 2136 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move that we non-concur on the Senate amendments to House Bill 2136 and that a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Speaker appoints Representative Stephen Johnson, Croft, Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Patton for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2109.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2109 had to do with the makeup of the bids board. We dealt with this back in 2021. Senate made some changes to it, so I'd like to take a look. And as such, I move that the House non-concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 2109 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Speaker appoints Representatives Patton, Ralph, and Carmichael as conferees on the part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Patton for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2387.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2387 dealt with operating aircraft under the influence. We passed this also back in early 2021. The Senate made some changes, and I'd like to take a look at them. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 2387 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Speaker appoints Representatives Patton, Ralph, and Carmichael as conferees on the part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Patton for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2508.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill we had earlier this year. It dealt with the KBI fingerprint retention and the Rat-Back program. I'd like to take a look at the changes the Senate made. They added a crime to this bill. So take a look at that. And to do so, we need a conference committee. So I move that the House non-concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 2508 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Speaker appoints Representatives Patton, Ralph, and Carmichael as conferees on the part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Patton for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2075.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2075 dealt with venue and adoption cases. And again, the Senate, we dealt with that in February 2020. Senate made some changes to it, which we need to take a look at. And so I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2075 and ask that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Speaker appoints Representatives Patton, Ralph, and Carmichael as conferees on the part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Prahl for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2478.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2478 has to do with naming a highway in Sumner County after Sergeant Parker. Senate made some changes, and Mr. Speaker, I move that the House non-concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 2478 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Speaker appoints Representatives Prahl, Delperdang, and Helgerson as conferees on the part of the House. Speaker recognizes Representative Clark for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2540.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2540 is a bill that has to do with the erection of the Gold Star Monument on the Capitol grounds. Senate made some new language in that bill, and I would like to make a motion to non-concur with House Bill 2540.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
I close.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion passes. Speaker appoints Representatives Clark, Ellis, and Weigel as conferees on the part of the House. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill number 2744 by the Committee on Appropriations, an act enacting Kansas Sunset Act, establishing the Kansas Sunset Advisory Commission, requiring the review and evaluation of state agencies and offices. House Concurrent Resolution number 5033 by the Committee on Federal and State Affairs, a proposition to amend Section 2 of Article 2 of the Constitution of the State of Kansas, providing for consecutive term limits for senators and representatives.
Messages from the Senate. The clerk will read.
Announcing passage of House Bill 2574.
Reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
Committee on Taxation recommends House Bill 2727 be amended and the bill be passed as amended.
Body will stand at ease for just a moment. The House will come back to order. Audie, our clerks have been working diligently so that we can propose to you today that we do emergency final action. We'll be coming in a little bit later tomorrow morning, and this will allow the Fed and State Committee to meet in the morning and for us not to have to do an hour's worth of final action before we get on to the debate tomorrow. So with that, we'll recognize Representative Hawkins for a motion.
One thing you learn is you should tell the clerks what you're wanting to do. Goes a lot faster. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 2311, I move that an emergency be declared in that Senate Bill 313, Senate Bill 448, Senate Bill 300, Senate Bill 261, Senate Bill 417, House Bill 2644, House Bill 2447, Senate Bill 200, Senate Bill 336, House Bill 2253, House Bill 2632, Senate Bill 346, Senate Bill 141, Senate Bill 343, Senate Bill 446, Senate Bill 483, Senate Bill 19, House Bill 2600, Senate Bill 215, Senate Bill 28, Senate Bill 419, Senate Bill 440, Senate Bill 34, Senate Bill 453, Senate Bill 330, Senate Bill 331, Senate Bill 451, Senate Bill 479, and House Bill 2734 be advanced to that order of business. Final action on bills and concurrent resolutions.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion passes. This brings us to final action on bills and concurrent resolutions. Members will be in their seats. And the clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 313 by the Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning roads and highways, designating a portion of United States Highway 69 as the Senator Tom R. Van Sickle Memorial Highway, designating a certain bridge on K-126 as the Dennis Crane Memorial Bridge, designating a portion of U.S. Highway 69 as the AMM2C Walter Scott Brown Memorial Highway.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 313. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 313, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 448 by the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance, an act concerning insurance relating to the Unfair Trade Practices Act, adopting the National Association of Insurance Commissioners amendments thereto.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 448. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Keither votes aye. Representative Thompson votes aye. Any further changes of vote? Seeing none, 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 448, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Final action, clerk will read.
Substitute for Senate Bill number 300 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to the Kansas Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organization Act, adding a person who has engaged in identity theft or identity fraud to the definition of covered person, identity theft and identity fraud to the definition of racketeering activity.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 300. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Sawyer votes aye. Any further changes of vote? Seeing none, 121 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of Senate Bill 300, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House substitute for Senate Bill 261 by the Committee on Agriculture. An act concerning agriculture relating to the labeling of certain foods, prohibiting the use of identifiable meat terms on labels of meat analogs without use of proper qualifying language.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 261. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Carlson votes aye. Any further changes of vote? Representative Finney votes aye. Representative Hoy votes no. Representative Penn votes no. Are there any further changes of vote? Representative Hauser votes no. Seeing none, 96 having voted in favor and 26 against the passage of Senate Bill 261, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 417 by the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources, an act concerning health and environment relating to solid waste, establishing minimum and maximum permit renewal fees for certain disposal areas and processing facilities.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 417. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 120 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of Senate Bill 417, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, clerk will read.
House Bill number 2644 by the Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act designating the sandhill plum as the official state fruit.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2644. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Explanations of vote. Representative Carmichael.
Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote no on HB 2644. Plum, P-L-U-M-B. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there any further explanations of vote? Representative Collins.
As I said before, as the representative from Mulberry, I would have preferred the red mulberry. Thank you.
Are there any further explanations of vote? Any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 115 having voted in favor and 7 to break those children's hearts. House Bill 2644, having received a constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
Substitute House Bill number 2447 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning crimes, punishment, or criminal procedure relating to preliminary hearings, permitting witness testimony through two-way electronic audio-video communication devices.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2447. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Changes of vote. Representative Kessler votes aye. Are there any further changes of vote? Seeing none, 120 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of House Bill 2447, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 200 by the Committee on Public Health and Welfare, an act concerning pharmacists and pharmacy relating to the State Board of Pharmacy, expanding the pharmacist's scope of practice to include initiation of therapy for certain health conditions, authorizing the Collaborative Drug Therapy Management Advisory Committee to adopt a statewide protocol for such therapy.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 200. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Ballard votes aye. Seeing no further changes of vote, 119 having voted in favor and 3 against the passage of Senate Bill 200, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 336 by the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance, an act concerning insurance relating to permissible investments made by life insurance companies, updating certain investment limitation requirements to provide increased options for Kansas domiciled life insurance companies investing in equity interests and preferred stock.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 336. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 121 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of Senate Bill 336, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2253 by the Committee on Appropriations, an act concerning health professions and practices relating to the Board of Pharmacy, Prescription Monitoring Program Act pertaining to persons permitted to receive program data, data security, user and delegate access, increasing the number of members of the Prescription Monitoring Program Advisory Committee.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2253. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 121 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2253, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, clerk will read.
House Bill number 2632 by the Committee on Children and Seniors, an act concerning children and minors relating to procedures and investigations of child abuse or neglect, requiring a child abuse review and evaluation examination, creating a program in the Department of Health and Environment for the training and payment for child abuse review and evaluation examinations, defining child abuse review and evaluation providers, networks and examinations, and child abuse medical resource centers.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2632. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Representative Humphreys on an explanation of vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote no on HB 2632.
Although we must protect the most vulnerable among us, young children, this bill is not the answer. It's an overreach that puts a program before solid policy, and then the state will pay the bill. Thank you.
Any further explanations of vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Hubert votes no. Representative Bergquist votes no. Representative Howe votes no. Seeing no further changes of vote, 95 having voted in favor and 27 against the passage of House Bill 2632, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 346 by the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources. An act concerning agriculture relating to milk and dairy products, allowing on-farm retail sale of milk and milk products, extending certain milk and dairy license fees, authorizing the Secretary of Agriculture to declare an imminent health hazard, authorizing civil penalties for certain dairy law violations relating to animals, transporting animals into the state, authorizing the Animal Health Commissioner to assess a civil penalty for violations relating thereto.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 346. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 119 having voted in favor and 3 against the passage of Senate Bill 346, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 141 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act enacting the Kansas Uniform Directed Trust Act relating to power over a trust held by a non-trustee, establishing powers and duties of a trust director and a directed trustee.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 141. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Thompson votes aye. Seeing no further changes of vote, 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 141, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 343 by the Committee on Public Health and Welfare, an act concerning persons with hearing loss relating to statutory terminology, updating the term hearing impairment to hard of hearing and other related terms concerning persons with hearing loss.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 343. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 343, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, clerk will read.
Senate Bill 446 by the Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning roads and highways, designating bridges on the United States Highway 166 and K66 Highway as Veterans Memorial Bridge.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 446. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Jacobs votes aye. Representative Clifford votes aye. Seeing no further changes of vote, 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 446, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 483 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to theft and criminal damage to property, increasing penalties for such crimes involving remote service units such as automated cash dispensing machines and automated teller machines.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 483. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Helgerson votes aye. Representative Burrows votes aye. Representative Wheeler votes aye. Seeing no further changes of vote, 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 483, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
Substitute for Senate Bill 19 by the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunications. An act concerning public health relating to the 988 Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Crisis Hotline, implementing such hotline in Kansas, authorizing the Kansas Department for Aging and Disability Service to provide oversight and support to Kansas hotline centers, prescribing hotline center duties for provision of services, duties for telecommunication service providers, establishing the 988 Suicide Prevention Mental Health Crisis Hotline Fund, and transferring monies annually thereto from the State General Fund 988 Coordinating Council.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 19. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Featherston votes aye. Any further changes of vote? Seeing none, 114 having voted in favor and 8 against the passage of Senate Bill 19, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2600 by the Committee on Appropriations. An act concerning the disposition of state real property, authorizing State Board of Regents on behalf of Emporia State University to sell certain real property in the city of Emporia, Lyon County, Kansas, the University of Kansas to exchange and convey certain real property in Douglas County, Kansas, and to accept certain real property in Douglas County, Kansas from the Kansas University Endowment Association, Kansas State University to sell certain real property in Riley County and Cherokee County, Kansas, and Douglas County, Nebraska, and Pittsburgh State University to sell certain real property in the city of Pittsburgh, Crawford County, Kansas.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2600. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Seeing none, 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2600, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, clerk will read.
Senate Bill 215 by the Committee on Education, an act concerning transportation relating to commercial driver's education, transferring authority over driver's education programs operated by certain post-secondary institutions and driver training schools to the Department of Revenue, authorizing the Department of Revenue to promulgate rules and regulations therefore.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 215. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Collins votes aye. Seeing no further changes of vote, 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 215, same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
I'll substitute for Senate Bill 28 by the Committee on Insurance and Pensions, an act concerning insurance relating to the regulation of pharmacy benefits managers, requiring licensure rather than registration of such entities, enacting the Pharmacy Benefits Manager Licensure Act.
This constitutes final action on House Sub for Senate Bill 28. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Ellis votes aye. Representative Lee votes aye. Representative Schreiber votes aye. Any further changes of vote? Seeing none, 120 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of House Sub for Senate Bill 28, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 419 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning law enforcement relating to special agents of the Department of Corrections, the Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training, Kansas Law Enforcement Training Act.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 419. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Tim Johnson votes aye. Representative Barker votes aye. Seeing no further changes of vote, 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 419, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 440 by the Committee on Public Health and Welfare, an act concerning health and health professions relating to the Occupational Therapy Practice Act, authorizing occupational therapists to provide limited service to patients without a referral.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 440. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll. Okay. 121 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 440, same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 34 by the Committee on Federal State Affairs, an act concerning administrative rules and regulations, requiring the review of rules and regulations every 5 years, requirements for adoption of rules and regulations, providing an alternative procedure for revocation of certain rules and regulations.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 34. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Representative Heiberger?
Mr. Speaker, I vote no on substitute for Senate Bill 34. I support the idea of requiring state agencies to review all of their regulations every 5 years, but I am concerned about potential abuse of the fast-track revocation process. Representative Heiberger.
Any further explanations of vote? Any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Stodgestill votes no. Representative Finney votes no. Representative Kincannon votes aye. Representative Tim Johnson votes aye. Seeing no further changes of vote, 88 having voted in favor and 34 against the passage of Senate Bill 34, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 453 by the Committee on Public Health and Welfare, an act concerning health provisions and practices relating to unlicensed employees working in adult care homes, requiring unlicensed employee training courses to be taught and evaluated by professional licensed nurses, requiring a demonstration of skills to successfully complete a training course, requiring the Board of Nursing to report to certain legislative committees on the number and nature of complaints.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 453. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Helgerson votes aye. Seeing no further changes of vote, 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 453, same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 330 by Senators Longmine, Alley, and others, an act authorizing construction of a permanent memorial honoring Kansas Gold Star families on the state capitol grounds, establishing the Kansas Gold Star Families Memorial Fund.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 330. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 330, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Final action, clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 331 by the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance, an act concerning insurance relating to risk-based capital requirements, updating the version of instructions in effect.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 331. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 121 having voted in favor and 1 against the passage of Senate Bill 331, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 451 by the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources, an act concerning wildlife and parks, relating to permanent hunting licenses, removing the requirement to submit proof that a person is at least 1/16 American Indian by blood.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 451. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Probst votes aye. Seeing no further changes of vote, 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 451, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Next to final action, clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 479 by Senators Bowers, Alley, and others, an act authorizing a permanent memorial commemorating the Kansas suffragist movement to be placed in the state capitol, establishing the Kansas Suffragist Memorial Fund.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 479. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 479, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Final action. The clerk will read.
House Bill number 2734 by the Committee on Appropriations, an act concerning Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board relating to licensure of health professions and practices, allowing board-approved postgraduate supervised experience to count toward graduate-level supervised clinical practicum and supervised professional experience, permitting current master's and clinical level licensees to take the addiction counselor's test.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2734. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Landwehr votes aye. Seeing no further changes of vote, 122 having voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2734, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. Announcements. Representative Nick Hoheisel will replace Representative Samantha Potter Partial, and Representative Ron Highland will replace Representative Eric Smith on the House Federal and State Affairs Committee for tomorrow, March 22, for that day only. Representative Hoheisel for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a reminder, body, tonight, the beer wholesalers wanted me to come up here just to remind everybody of the reception at the Cyrus from 5 to 7 p.m. Again, the beer wholesalers reception at the Cyrus, 5 to 7 p.m. tonight. Thank you.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats will have agenda tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. in 152 South, 10 a.m. in 152 South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Landwehr.
Conference Committee on APRNs, 8 a.m., 159 South.
Are there any further announcements? Seeing none, Speaker would recognize the Majority Leader for a motion to adjourn.
First, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with House Rule 1502, posting of sequence for succeeding day, the following bills will appear on the calendar under the heading of General Orders for March 22nd. Senate Bill 267, House Bill 2512, Senate Bill 493, House Bill 2609, House Bill 2717, House Bill 2737, Senate Bill 161, House Bill 2615, Senate Bill 199, House Bill 2631, and Senate Bill 367. So, body, tomorrow morning, the Fed and State will be meeting from 8 to 10. And of course, we have the one conference committee going first thing in the morning. So we will not have anything until 10 o'clock. Republicans, we will calendar at 10 o'clock in the morning in the old Supreme Court room. And then we'll come back in here at 11 o'clock. So, Mr. Speaker, I move the House adjourn until Tuesday, March 22nd at 11 a.m.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House is adjourned.